Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, July the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And Torty in our YouTube room. Thanks, guys. Okay, so just in case the 0.5% of you out there don't know, this is a half a day, guys. So wrapping up. I may not stay right till 1 Eastern time, but remember, the market's closed. Did you take a look at all the things on the economic calendar, including FOMC? So FOMC, but it's not going to be, it's going to be after the market closes. Now, yeah, FOMC minutes, the minutes are at, it's just minutes, but they're at 2 o'clock. But lots of stuff happening today in terms of the economic calendar that I posted in the room. So lots of excitement this morning for some of you. I know VVPR ripped after hours actually yesterday. I did see this one after hours. Didn't trade it, but yeah, I mean, I don't completely understand this this headline, but at any rate, there was some news on it. So VVPR after hours, and then it even popped more this morning. So I mean, after hours, I got up to 259 from 150, and then this morning I got up to 355. It's experiencing a pullback now. So that's the first one, and then the second one. Now, well, actually, now this is taken over in terms of the one that's up the most. The CNSP. So if this gets going again and takes out 4, it almost got there. Well, not quite, I guess. It got up to about 365. You can kind of see on the daily chart, though, that if it takes out 4, the next high over here is 827 on that day, which is not that long ago, less than about 3 weeks ago. And don't see any specific news on it. Just looking at it. Just give me one moment. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, CNSP, no news that I could see today. We had some news on the 26th. They fell on a direct offering. Okay. So a financing. So that was the news on the 26th. But anyway, no news on this one today that I can find. FFWM. This is getting clobbered here, guys. Down 26%. FFWM. So it looks like, okay, this doesn't appear to be an earnings play from us anyway. Well, at least our provider says on the 25th. It looks like but they've been posting some results. So they did post their, okay, so this is an official, I guess this is an official. It's not a pre-warning or anything like this. This is an official earnings release for FFWM, okay? So obviously the market's not reacting well. This is sort of a dividend play, okay? DOYU, I think, trading higher after the company announced it approved a special cash dividend. But I saw it was 976. It's up, like it's about half of that. And that is DOYU, China stock. Paramount, on again, off again. So the Paramount. So now Barry Diller, boy, is this now? I was in this industry a long time ago. Barry Diller, I think he was old then. He's older now. Anyway, considers bid for Paramount after the Skydance deal falls through. Thought I read something like $15. All right, so now we're getting really conflicting reports. Paramount Global shares are trading higher after Skydance reportedly reached a preliminary agreement to acquire National Amusements and plans to merge Skydance with Paramount Global. And I thought I read something about $15. But anyway, this has been on again, off again for months now. Absolutely months. This is just sneaking in here, guys. AMIX. I don't know if it's making. Yeah, there it is. Look at AMIX. AMIX just popping here from 95 cents up to $1.30. Reviews the results seeing in pancreatic cancer pain trial. Excuse me. I was a singer, PJ. No, I was kidding. I'm completely kidding. No, I was in the cable television business up in Canada, satellite communications and all. But I was in there for, I don't know, 10 years or so. And but I knew all these names that I've Redstone, Barrett Diller. I mean, I didn't know them personally, but went to all the conferences and the conventions. Excuse me. CVAC, guys, CVAC. They are heavy hitters. John Malone, guys might remember, anybody who knows that industry knows John Malone. I think he might be still around. But again, he was old then. He's older now. Of course, I'm older now. CVAC, guys, trading higher after the company announced it restructured its licensing agreement with GSK. There you go. TCI, exactly. That's right. TCI. Yeah, I went from worm farming to doing that. Bit of a transition. Okay, now let's see what else. JXJT. This was big one yesterday. It sold off a lot though. 211, got back down to 150. Luckily, we didn't really have to worry about that, William. So Amex, guys, AMIX. Oh, wow. So this pulled back a little bit, but and it's probably a low float, 8.6 million in the float. So had some news, reviews positive results, pancreatic cancer pain trial in. I don't think I've ever seen this company. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. AMIX. Looks like it started trading as AMIX back here the week of January 29th. And has not done well since. I don't know if it's an IPO or if it was a SPAC turned into this. Symbol name change. At any rate, it would not have been fun to have bought into this one and been holding ever since. Five patients? Okay, well. Headline doesn't say that, so of course. Where do you actually see that? I'm just trying to see them because I'm only getting these headlines. I'm sure you just had. I guess if I dove into it in the second paragraph, okay, I don't. Oh, right here, probably right. At any rate, I don't have to. There we are. First 5 lead-in patients. Okay, Edward in our YouTube room. Great analysis on VTRS. VTRS. Well, the interesting thing is that a lot of shares have traded, 4 million. It's a big float, okay, 1 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it hasn't really moved on that 4.7 million. And I see that it had some news completes all the previously announced divestitures with the closing of its over-the-counter business. Okay. Other than that, I don't know anything about this company. I've seen the symbol before, but I don't know anything about this company. All I can tell you is that with that volume, it hasn't moved at all. You are right about that, Peter. In our YouTube room, CNSP was way up. It's pulled back now. 365, it got down to 275. Well, based on what you just said there, PJ, I would have thought you would fit right in. All right, guys. All right, guys, 9:12. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So the market we're in for a mildly negative open. Okay. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 68% in green. That means that 68% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. So you can just take a quick look around. They're all around, nothing spectacular. Look at silver, though, guys. So silver, SLV, and gold. Hey, KWAB, China. There's China right there. And you'll be happy. You guys don't know Andy Lindloff. He loves the China stocks. So KWAB, yeah, KWAB's having a bit of a pop here. But there's silver. And there's gold and GDX. These are the miners, I think. Yeah, the gold miners. Metals. Solar, TAN. Solar is up a bit. So I'm not seeing any outlier, guys. And by an outlier, I mean something that is maybe going counter to its sector. You know, for instance, here's CMCSA. So 80% of the stocks that make up the communication sector are down. I'm sorry, that would be a wrong one. So here's T, okay, AT&T, but it's only up 0.16%. Now, had this been up like 4 or 5%, you'd be looking at that going, wow, this is really counter to what the rest of its sector is doing. So I'm not seeing anything like that. Here's Tesla, guys. Tesla's still, wow, look at this. Tesla's still doing extremely well. What a day it had yesterday. All right, so there's the big pullback now for AMIX. I don't think it's shortable. Yeah, a lot of these little ones are not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, I do see Bitcoin taking a bit of a hit this morning, 1671, down $1,671 or so. So let's take a look at Riot. William was talking about Riot. Should sell off more after announcing Bitcoin production being down 45% in the last 3 months. Yeah. So whatever this means, Riot Platform sees total self-mining hash rate capacity of 31 EH divided by S by the end of 2024. How's Mara doing in comparison? Now, Mara might be dropping just because of Bitcoin in general, but yeah, Mara doesn't look as weak. Well, no. Mara's doing the same thing here. Bitcoin production falls 40% year over year in June. As you're talking about Broadcom. Wow. How do you find news? Well, the Bitcoin, the halving event only occurs every 4 years, I think, Z. So we got another 4 years to. So if you, Bus, if you have Interactive Brokers, it's pretty simple. Just click on File and then New window. Okay, File, New window, or New, and then you get a giant pop-up. When I go to New window, anyway, there's a giant pop-up, and then I just scroll down, and then or I hit News, another pop-up, and then News Wire, another pop-up, and then it says and then I just pick company specific news. Okay. Now, probably if you do a search, just even do a search on news. Maybe not, but that's what I do. Okay. And then, of course, you just make sure it's color coded the same, get that chain link the same. So as everything else in IB. And then every time I click on a symbol in Trade Ideas, it's going to appear in my news and everywhere else, of course, anything else I've got open in Interactive Brokers. I don't know how to read it. I don't this dividend. I don't understand dividend plays, to be honest. So they announced the dividend 9.76. It looks like it's about half of it. that it's up, or a little less than half up now. So I don't know. I mean, they've announced a dividend for DOIU. It's a China stock, lots of volume. So I just don't I don't quite understand how to read it in terms of a dividend play. Is it going to fall now, or there's no other news that I can see. But it's a $9 dividend, or over 9.76 special dividend. So, guys, this is an earnings play. I do not see any other earnings play that are making it through my scan here. SLP is an earnings play. There's no volume yet. There's only 6,300 shares. They released earnings after hours yesterday, and the stock gapped down. But again, there's no volume yet for SLP. All right, guys. Actually, ABSI, didn't really see this one, but ABSI, 55,000 shares, not terrible in the free market. Getting close to that 200-day moving average for ABSI. Very close. The 200-day moving average is 353. Then it got up to about 340. So let's see if there's any news on that one. Aha. So Morgan Stanley is starting analysis of this company with an overweight rating with a $7 price target. Okay. So that's the reason for the pop for ABSI. Yeah, they've initiated coverage. All right, moving a little higher here. So there's that 200-day, guys. I mean, it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average. That's the ABSI. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Now, I saw ICU. I did see ICU earlier. I know this was a big one from yesterday. Yeah, I saw this and I was just sort of chopping around a little bit. Pretty good volume, 2.9 million in the float, 86,000 have traded. And you're right, finalized FDA labeling requirements for its drug. And that is ICU. All right, guys, want to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Okay, guys, now a couple of things I have to do on my other monitors. Okay, so now I'm getting ready for the open. So let me adjust these windows down so they cover the bottom here. So CNSP is starting to, on a percentage basis, give it up quite a bit. The VVPR hanging better, I guess. VVPR hanging a little bit better. Still hanging over $3. So well above the 200-day moving average. So on a weekly chart, let's take a look left. Now I know we got above these levels in the pre-market, but 314 would be the next high on the weekly chart. Again, we got above those levels in the pre-market though. Not since she was a kitty, Dak. Not a kitty anymore. You hear a bell? Yeah, she's always in the background. My little trading buddy. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:28. So again, remember, this is a short day. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. I know today is Wednesday. Normally Jamie would take over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Not sure he's going to do that today. If he doesn't, I'll probably take off at about 12:30. Okay. I don't think there's, or soon after noon. I just don't think there's going to be a lot happening into the last hour. I may have to break my rule, if you want to call it, about not trading in the first 15. If I can see something that I really, really, really like, I might. I really don't like these half days trading. So William will keep it. Okay, so William will keep the room open until 1. So even if I take off at noon. All right, guys. Yeah, we got about 20 seconds to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And we'll see what the races doth bring. All right, little popper here, guys. I did see this one. KOSS had a big move after hours. It pulled back down. KOSS Not sure what. Well, I don't see any news on this one. Believe it or not, I think this was one of the original meme stocks. Okay, if I go back, I know I always have to do this, but let me take a look. If I go back, yeah, this was one of the, believe it or not, this was one of the original meme stocks, or one of the stocks that went crazy the same weekday that GMA went nuts. This is that month right here. Okay, you can see it got up to $129. Mm. I think I had thought I had CSLX on my. There was some news on this one. I know there was some news on this one, but it got up to $3 and it's pulled all the way back. Probably a low float. Actually, is not a low float. GDS. Now this one was this was a super active one a while back. Haven't seen this one for a while. GDS. Wow, big tech, big mining company out of Canada. Been around forever. Tech, TECK. Okay, guys, look how jumpy this one was. IVP got up to 174, right back down to 138. That is IVP. Did see this one also in the pre-market, but it did this. It got up to 522 and then came right back down. This is a DM, desktop metal DM. And we got our first, so we had, now this is on the way up or down? No, on the way down. This was a big one from yesterday, VIVK. Had a big, big move yesterday, but this has been halted on the way down now. I think this is gold. No, resource play, GURE. Another one I saw in the pre-market, but look what it did. I mean, it got up to 192 and then came right back down to 127. So I sort of discount these, but here we go. Well, IVP is going a little bit crazy here. So a vet stock. Wow, look at the SPY. Look at this SPY. Look at this opening candle here. This is a 15-minute candle. Look at that opening candle here on the SPY. I think this was an all-time high here. This is pre-market, of course, so we don't count that, but getting close to that 550 level. What was the volume yesterday for the SPY? Did it ever get interesting? It actually caught up. Must have been a lot of volume at the end of the day. It actually caught up to the previous day, and for the most part, the last time I mean, I know there was still time left in the I thought it would hit about 20 million, about half. Must have been a lot of volume at the end of the day. Well, IVP guys, I don't see any news on it, and it's a crazy low float. Call it $1 million in the float. We've got 950,000. Whatever it is, it's going to be low. And I don't see any news on this one. IVP, the next high looking left is about 251. That happened 4 days ago. I do remember this. Just don't know what that news was, if there was any news 4 days ago on this stock. IVP is obviously driving the SPY. And I'm kidding, of course. Wow, costs. Wow. This rippage, severe rippage, guys, on the costs. Did not take it. I don't see any news on this one. The old company, founded in 1958. Okay, here's another one, guys, that is just showing up. Just made it over $1, MBOT. And I want another one that got over $1 in the pre-market, $1.13, pulled back down to 99 cents. So there is MBOT. Wow, that is unbelievable. No news that I can see on IVB. I don't know why I shouldn't say unbelievable. We see this all the time, but so you can see that Cost won the first race and then IVP won the second race. Another one on the move here, guys. NNDM coming right into the 200-day moving average. It popped through it, but it is right below the 200-day moving average. And there are actually a lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers, to short. Interesting. Over 1 million. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but of note, there are a lot of shares available. Shady and CVAC. Let's take a look at CVAC. So what Shady is saying, so he's trying to play this on a pullback. If it pops up to 375, up to this level here, I guess, and with a 355 stop, so it has not triggered for him yet. And there's the IVP, just got halted on the way up, guys. Wow. This had no action at all in the pre-market, really. Well, I shouldn't say that. I got up to 173, but it pulled all the way back down to basically flat. That was a 915 candle. And then the market opens and it just absolutely explodes. And now it's halted. And so this blue screen you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your symbol. There's the halt price, 273. This column is telling you maybe where it could open once the halt is over. And usually the halts are 5 minutes long. So if it is, it'll open at 9:44 plus 18 seconds, okay? And again, that number does not have to stay over the 5 minutes. You can see, in fact, how it's moving around. All right, guys. So GDS is still on the move here, guys. GDS is still on the move. Early mover. Don't see any news on GDS. All right, IVP, where could this open? So at this point, I mean, it could open underneath. Usually the first halt is pretty good. By that, I mean, so it gets halted the first time. Usually it pops, but usually you'll also see, a price above in that column, this column here, a price above the current halt price. And we're not seeing that right now. So still has another 2 minutes to open if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Yeah, the precious metals, guys. Here's a platinum group metals, PLG. I've seen this one in the past, PLG. So looks like the precious metals, gold, silver, platinum. All right, so that one just opened, VIVK just opened. And, this was halted on the way down. Well, okay, if it gets over 273, where could this one go? I'm talking about the IVP. The next high looking left is 278 and then 304. Of course, these may not mean anything in terms of possible resistance with that float. All right, guys, if it's going to open after 5 minutes, this will be opening in about 10 seconds. All right, 2, 1, open. There we go. So it opened, guys, and it opened. All right, well, it's holding over the halt price. It is holding over the halt price. Holding over the halt price, guys, IVP. You know what I like to do. Come on, take out 3, take out 3. watching this bid ask take out three. I mean, it's taking out three, but I want to see it. See if I can. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I'm not 100% sure it's going to take out three in a big way. Now, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I like to do. This one dropped down below the halt price, and then it popped above the halt price, 273. That's basically the way I try to play halts resumes, the first one anyway. So I've taken some off. I just want to see if it can really explode over three now. Yeah, I'm out everything now, guys. Wow. Yeah, it's just it should have taken out three in a big way by now, and it hasn't. So, all right. Yeah, I got the blood going this morning. All right, guys, FFWM. Okay, so this is a earnings play. I'm hesitating here because I think no, it's not an earnings play. Okay, unexpected fundraise puts real estate loans in focus. Okay. Well, okay. Well, hopefully, there. Look at the IVP now. So this is, it's got ugly really fast. Look at that potential open now, 188. Yeah, my clue was, it did not like really, really break through three, and it had time, or it had time. It had room to run if it wanted to. Differs every time, Alex. Yeah, there's no hard and fast rule. I'm talking to Alex in our YouTube room. My worry level got really high when it got up to three, and it got up to 310, and then it just sort of stalling around three. Didn't like that at all. So that's why I bailed. I did okay on it, but I was really hoping it was going to be one of these that went to 3, 4, 5. All right, let's take a look at something else now. See if there's anything else that's maybe of interest. Well, Alex, I'm talking to Alex in our YouTube room. That comes with a lot of a lot of times of not having discipline when I first started out and taking big losses, not understanding the concept of a stop, not understanding that not every trade would work, even though I wanted it to. Just crazy things like that. This one yesterday, guys, ENVX. This was on the way down yesterday. So ENVX on the way up. So remember looking at this one as a potential short opportunity yesterday. So ENVX to hold the grand opening of its Malaysia factory on August the 8th. What do they do? They produce category-leading silicon batteries, according to them. Boy, the aluminum stocks have been just ripping, haven't they? Yesterday was a big day for CENX. AA, I'm sure the same thing. Well, I know the same thing. AA has earnings coming up, guys. AA has earnings coming up on July the 17th. So 2 weeks from now, earnings for AA. Of course, the week before that, we'll have some of the big banks like Goldman Sachs, etc., releasing earnings. But so yeah, we'll be getting full swing into earnings season 2 to 3 weeks from now. So we're fast approaching that target of 24 by B. Riley for CENX. Okay, guys. Now, what time is it now? 9:52. Now, I know we had no AI alerts yesterday. I wonder if we're going to have two in a row, and especially with a half day. A lot of times, let me. You're right. You are right. I didn't know I was gone by then. You're right. Well, if you'd held it, ANVS, you're right. Yeah, I don't know how it worked actually. So there was the alert. Yeah, very, very late. Normally, I haven't seen an alert that late in a long, long time from our AI. The alert was at 9:37. Not the time, but the price. And it's continuing down, actually. Interesting. It's continuing down. Lots of volume too. Low float, 8.5 million in the float. A lot of volume for ANVS. So this had the big news, well, yesterday actually. Had the big news yesterday, but then sold off. Sold off a little bit, but it's continuing down now. And I am talking, this is a Parkinson's trial result. This is what it was up yesterday, up sharply on positive Parkinson's trial results. That was yesterday's news regarding ANVS. So this is going to be at least, oh, I guess it got halted again. So IVP halted again. Well, some of these are, a lot of these I'm seeing right now, nothing happened in the pre-market for ANTX, not that I saw anyway. Maybe the volume was so low, but anyway, here's ANTX. Octagon Capital Advisors reports a 10.1% passive stake that they have to, what is it, 9.9? They have to, anything over 9.9, they have to issue reports like this. Another low float, 24, not crazy low, but it is low, 24 million in the float. And I see Tesla is still, so this is an ETF, because you don't know, this is an ETF. You want to buy Tesla, you think it's going to go higher. This gives you a double bang for your dollar. You notice that Tesla, if I had Tesla up, TSLA up, it would be up about 3.2%. Okay, you notice this is up 6.44%. So this is another way to play Tesla. If you really have, if you have strong resolve that it's going to go higher. More for intraday, okay? I'm not saying you'll hold on to this, but more for intraday. But plenty of volume, and there are a number of them. In fact, let me take a look at TSLL. That's the one I used to always see. So remember, this says 721,000 TSLL, and give me a moment. TSLL. Okay, so this is really the one you want, okay? The reason I say that is look at the volume, 30 million. The other one, I mean, it's not terrible, but it has about 700,000. This is really the one, 30 million shares, and it's the same. It's a double. So if you're looking for a lot more liquidity, this is the one to really pay attention to, I guess. TSLL. And then on the short side, if you ever thought that Tesla was eventually, you wanted to play on the short side, you could buy this one. I don't mean now, but look at the volume here, 998,000. Certainly on the long side, a lot more longs into Tesla right now, obviously. Yeah, costs. Anybody find any news in this one other than the fact that, look, I don't want anybody to get mad at me, but I'm going to label it as a bit of a mini meme stock because it went crazy. It went actually crazier than GME, if you can believe it. on a percentage basis, because there was one trade in the pre-market back in January of 2021 that was insane. But anyway, I do not see any news on this one. The short float is not excessive. It's 7.7, but so I don't think it's that. I really don't know what's going on with this one. So Adam, I don't know in our YouTube room, where can I find the intraday breadth worm indicator? I've seen people ask that question before, and some other guys at Trade Ideas, other traders at Trade Ideas, I think they use a compare count. But let me see if there's something, because I don't use it. Okay, so let me see if I'm going to post your message to the other traders at Trade Ideas. Okay, Adam, and see if there's something. Okay, thank you, Jamie. So he's talking about so you are talking about a compare count. So Jamie, do you have a link? I'm talking to Jamie now, okay, Adam, in our YouTube room, or not our YouTube room, on our internal Slack channel. So I want to, and Jamie's can hear me. So do you have can you post something in then YouTube if you've got something, a compare count? I mean, I have a compare count, but I have no idea if it's exactly what the gentleman is looking for. So if you have something. So hold on, Adam. Maybe Jamie's going to post something in YouTube. No pressure, Jamie. I have a compare count window, but I don't know if it's exactly what you want. Oh, okay. So Jamie, so if you're hearing me, you said Adam is looking for a compare count window for market breadth. Do you have anything that might give him what he's looking for? And so maybe if you do, if you can post that into YouTube. Oh, okay, Pepe's got it. Okay, Pepe, if you don't, you can't post it, okay? But if you post it in support or something, I'll post it. Thanks so much again. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. So Adam, you can have a go with that. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I think it's probably the same one. If it isn't, here's another link for you. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, Adam. So try it. They might be both the same. I'm not sure. That is from Jamie. Okay, so they are the same. Okay, Adam, they are the same. So the QuantBot is Jamie's handle. All right, and Jamie might be taking over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Another one, guys, here. Look at this one go. ZH, nothing that I saw really in the pre-market. ZH, not a low float, actually, 91 million China stock, not a low float. So a quick peek at the market, guys. Really nothing's happening, okay? The SPY's up a little, the Dow's up a little, and NASDAQ's up a little. Remember, I know I keep repeating myself, but this is a half day. Market is closed at 1 o'clock today, Eastern time. Of course, the market's closed all day tomorrow for your 4th of July. Yeah, Paul, I may be done. Well, I mean, there's still, what time is it? At 10 o'clock. So, but yeah, you got to really trade early for me anyway. I got, fortunate on the IVP. I didn't make a lot of money on it. It didn't move as much as I wanted it to, but cool. John, I think I'm going to interpret what you're talking about. Our pets have never really reacted to fireworks. If that's what you mean. One moment, please. All right, guy. Now I saw this one yesterday, SPRY. Did see this one yesterday. It popped up and then it pulled back. SPRY. What's the volume like? The volume's pretty low. Very low. RCM, guys. Let's see. How much volume is in RCM right now? So this had a big down day yesterday, but it's trying to recover a little bit here. It got down to 1051, closed at 11. So it's above yesterday's. Well, it's above yesterday's close now, not above yesterday's high, of course, but I'm going to stick an alert up here and see if it takes it out. 1127 for RCM and see if it does take it out. That is the $1 million question, Bushmaster. Why is cost up? Now, how can I not think of South Park? Chef. Look at Chef here, guys. This is an all-time high, not quite an all-time high for CHEF. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers either. I'm surprised it did not get halted, but it's just math. It did not move up as fast as, even though it looks like it should have or it could have, did not move up as fast as it is necessary to get halted. And another one. Well, actually, I guess it did have a little pop. I did see this one in the pre-market, but I really didn't think much of it. It did move after hours yesterday, KOSS. So, Ron, you're posting money market surges, meme stock chatter. Thank you, meme stock. Thank you. Vindication. The net. I do not see that it's halted yet. Now it got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. You're right. I was just going to say, because what was happening is that the bid ask was 797, 798, and it wasn't moving. But the official little halt had not happened for me at Interactive Brokers, but you could tell it was going to get halted. A stock moving that fast would never have it could have a 1 cent spread, but it wasn't going to be just sitting there. So there is your first halt of the day for KOSS. And I mean, look, guys, I think it's got like a ton of room. The 200-day moving average is, I see. I've got this on the weekly chart. Well, I don't follow this at all. I don't know if anybody really does. Well, I know some might, but there's a 200 moving average on the 200 period moving average on the weekly chart right above this. I don't really follow that. For some reason, I have this on my chart. All right, guys, ZH over 3 now. So where could it go? The next high on the daily chart is 310. So that's pretty close. But if it can take out that, then 335 is the next high for ZH. Yeah, I don't know why Interactive Brokers doesn't. I mean, I can, I know what you're talking about, the LULD halt indicators. I'm not sure. Maybe they do. Maybe I just don't know about it. Pepe probably knows if Ivy has. Let's take a look at Rivian. I know Shady is in this one. So yeah, nice pop over 15. Struggled yesterday to get through the 200-day. Maybe this is the day it'll take it out. The VWAP's at 1506 and the 200 days at 15. So maybe this is the day it'll take it out for good. Well, not for good necessarily, but at least for the day, and move from there. Wow, look at Cenex now, over 20. All right, guys, it is now 10:16. So probably want to do this one time today. Just go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I am sharing. Yeah, well, Holly had a late day. I didn't even know it. I didn't know that Holly had a late day alert. You know, that 2:50 is very late for the AI or RAI. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have the promo on. I believe it's till July the 8th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, July the 8th. So you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. If you use my code, that really helps the room. The room gets credit for the subscription, and it helps to keep both of our rooms open. Our YouTube room, or not open, but free. Okay? Our YouTube room and what I call the main room. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos. The first one, download and install. First startup and login. Scroll a little bit down here. Introduction to scans. Top list windows and alert windows. 2 key ingredients to Trade Ideas. Okay. Now let me take a look at costs now. Costs opened and exploded higher. Wow. Here we go. Ha. Well, I don't know if he's tweeted anything specifically about costs, but again, that was sort of the forgotten meme stock, guys. It really is. All right, let me continue here. New to trading, Trading 101. Series of videos that I think can help any new trader, and it's all free. Probably won't do a stock of the day video. I might, but I probably won't, just because of the half day. Trade of the week. There was no trade of the week this week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. No trade of the week this week because of the day and a half the market's closed this week. Here is the education section, and here's the user guide. There is the getting started again, or getting started. Must do that. First thing you must do, okay? More detail about what an alert window is, a top list window. You want to find out, I'm running 3 races. You can find out about how you can create your own race right here. Price alerts, I use them all the time. And if you do want to have your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, you can take a look at this. This will show you how you can do it. A lot in the user guide. Of course, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Getting started right here. Now, I'll have to confirm with Jamie. I don't know if he wants to do it, but typically on Wednesdays, he takes over for me between 12 and 1 in our Easter room, in our YouTube room. Okay. I'll just confirm if he's going to. And last, if you're looking for my scans that I am currently sharing, and you click on my homepage link, to scroll down until you see the scan section. So here are the scans that I am currently sharing. So these are the 3 races right here, the top 3 right here. There's the halts resumes over here. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, okay? And I would recommend that you don't have them all up and running. It'd be way too many, okay? But you can take a look at these scans and you might see something. I hope try to name them so such that they make sense. Yep, the scans work on the web browser. Yep. Question in our main room: do the scan links work on the web browser? Yes, they do. So let me go over what Trade Ideas is, okay? And this is a very active scanner right here. This alert window called Momentum. And let me show you what it does and why it's so active and why it's giving you things like costs and CKPT, etc., but costs over and over and over again. And I am sharing this one, okay? I am sharing this one on my homepage. So if I right click on it and click on configure, a little bit slow here. There we go. And now I click on the summary. This tells me exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the format you would use. You want to load my scans, you can do this and it'll tell you what the scan is looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with a screening program, but we take it a step further. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, but what we're excellent at, real-time alerting, okay? So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's at least 400% of normal. Okay, this gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was BHAT at 10:22 plus 29 seconds. So a little over half a minute ago. So BHAT was the last one to meet all of these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, so that's how that worked. These are all real-time alerts. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage, but if you want to make any changes, of course you can do that also. You might not like the price range. You might like something, you might not like something else about it, or maybe you want to add a filter that you do like. It's up to you, but if you like it the way it is, it's available on my homepage. Okay. Now, obviously, you can also create your own scans from scratch if you want. So this time I clicked on search. So right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. These are these icons here. These are all real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, when I see these icons, these are our filters. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on the fact that we have so many. You do not have to learn them all, okay? Don't come away thinking, man, this program is way too complicated. I can't possibly learn them all. Well, again, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason we have so many, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So the company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who do want to create their own scans. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters. Why? Because that's doing it that way for me satisfies my trading style. It's as simple as that. Doesn't mean the other ones that I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. Yeah, it's just one of those things, Gordon. I'm talking to Gordon in our YouTube room regarding the AI. Yeah, there was only one late alert yesterday, nothing today. Just one of those. There's no reason for it. You know, the day before yesterday, there were only three. So might be just because the SPY volume is so low, but there's nothing wrong. In other words, it's not broken or anything like that. We'll see what happens on Friday, but Friday could be a very light day also. A lot of traders may be turning it into, well, what would it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 day week time off if they take off Friday. So I'm sure by Monday it'll be kind of back to normal. And again, we're just talking about how few AI alerts are happening from our AI. So as I say, my trading style is more of I'm somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But if you don't like that, if you're looking for more, stocks maybe pulling back, um, these windows here, these races here can maybe give you what you're looking for. I mean, they can also give me what I'm looking for, sort of a combo. So let me explain, okay? So I run 4-minute races. So as I said, if you go to our user guide, there's a section on TI stock racing, and it shows you how you can create your own race, and of course, with your own time period. I run 4-minute races. So once this race is over, there will be a winner. And you notice that there's a top 10 list that will automatically be created for you of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So you can see right at the very top, number one position, Koss has won 4 races today so far. IVP was 3, etc. So it automatically creates a top 10 list for you. So why is it seeing these stocks though? So if I right click and I open a top list, all races are based on a top list window, okay? This is what this race is based on, these stocks. So why am I seeing these stocks though? If I right click on configure and summary. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and the stock is up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll make it into that list, okay? Now, before we had races, you would use a top list in this way. If I wanted to see the stocks that say were up the most from yesterday's close, if I had it as a column, you see it says C percent, that is the change from the close. I could double left click and I can see that Koss is up 77% from yesterday's close. This is from the open. In other words, it's opening trade today. If I double left click, Koss is still leading the way, up 50% from its opening trade. Okay, and then Zap is 31%, etc. So that's great, but how could I maybe use this to trade? Well, this is where the races come in. Now, notice I'm running a 4-minute race. It's almost another 40 seconds for this to close. So, and look at Mesa. So since the race started, I mean, it's not up. It's only up a nickel, but it's 2.94%. You'll see sometimes that Koss, I'm sure, was up big percentages. But the bottom line is this. What if Alto right down here? Now, Alto at 4.6% from the open. Well, what if all of a sudden, for some reason, Alto really started to move? It was up 5%, 6%, 8%, 10% from the open. Okay. Probably you would not see that. Okay. It'd be buried because you're concentrating on these ones up here. You would not necessarily see any stock that is moving rapidly. But that's where the race comes in. You won't, as long as when a race starts, every start, it doesn't matter how much the stock is up, say from the open or the close. They all start off at the same starting point, and whatever stock is moving the most percentage-wise since the race starts, you'll see it moving up to the top of the leaderboard. Okay? Now, you can hopefully understand then that you can run your own race based on your top list parameters. You might want a different price range. You might want, something else completely. But you can run a race based on your top list. Somebody asked yesterday, can I run a race just based on a watch list? Yes. You just have to know how to create a watch list and attach it then to the top list window. And then you can run a race just based on stocks you want to follow. I don't do that, but there's nothing wrong with doing that either. So what I would be doing, though, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on the symbol. If you start to see something moving up the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. So what's the difference now between these races? The large cap losers from the start of the race, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. You notice in the top list that I created, I don't have anything I have nothing about market cap or float size, okay? So, it's wide open. So these two, though, it has to have at least, in both of them, $500 million market cap and 50 million in the float. Consequently, rarely will you see a big percentage mover in these ones. You're normally not going to see something that's moving 7 or 8% with such a large cap. Doesn't mean it'll never happen. But generally speaking, you won't see huge movers percentage-wise. However, the same sort of thing happens. Okay, you'll get a watch list automatically created for you of the top 10. And if you're new to trading, these can be, I hate to use the word more easy to trade, but they're certainly not as volatile. I mean, look at costs. In fact, they're just flashed 15%. Okay, and then it went back down to 7. That's because all of a sudden it pulled back severely. So yeah, these are wonderful to be in when you're on the right side, but just be prepared. They can drop as quickly, if not more quickly, when all of a sudden the enthusiasm dries up. Enthusiasm meaning the buying. So how can a stock be up 93%? It's all about the float. Okay, typically anyway, it's all about the float. And the float right here for cost is 5.2 million. That's what our provider has anyway. So the float is the available number of shares available to trade on any given day. And so typically what you do is you take the shares that are outstanding and you start subtracting what the C-suiters own, maybe mutual funds own. Now, there's probably not a lot of mutual funds that own this, but look at Apple, okay? Just a general explanation about the float. Look at Apple, 15 billion shares in the float. But if you look at the shares outstanding, it'll be greater than 15 billion. So what you do is you take the shares outstanding and then you start subtracting what the CEO, the COO, et cetera, own, and plus, any large mutual funds that have big holdings. Because those shares on a daily basis typically cannot be traded. And so you start subtracting those and that gets you the float. So that would be, but it's still a huge float. That's why Apple typically is not, for me, interesting enough to look at. I know there are people out there that are going to say, yeah, but wait a minute, you can play the options. Great. Okay. But if I want to play the stock, typically the stock does not move on a percentage-wise fast enough or enough for me. Now, unless Apple has earnings or some big news, it's just not going to move for me. Now, it's not that I'm concentrating on low float stocks, but these stocks here, for them to be moving that much, typically they're going to be low float. Wow, Saigon. We're covering the world. Greetings, Gordon from Vietnam. Well, the stocks that I'm talking about, because I'm just going to answer quickly. Gordon asked the question: how do we pick the topics that are discussed here? Well, okay, if you're talking about the float that I'm talking about right now, I usually go over this once a week. It's not like every day at 10:30 Eastern time. It's just that, we get new traders in all the time and I talk about the float and they might be a little mystified about, well, first of all, what the heck is it? So I just like to give a brief explanation about what the float's all about and why a stock, in this case, can be up 84%. It's a low float. Now, for me personally, a stock under 20 million is a low float, but we're starting to see stocks that are, well under 5 million. Never used to see that. But the idea here is that if it's a low float and there's high demand, so look at the number of shares that are traded so far, 21 million. So the float has turned over about 4 times. Okay. If I divide 5.26 into 21, 21.6, I'm going to get about 4 times. So the float is turned over four times. So when there's high demand and low supply, just think of it that way. The float is the supply of stock. The volume is the demand. When there's high demand, low float, this is what can happen. A stock can be up 90%. Okay. And if we're looking for, specific reason, okay, it's a meme stock. It was a meme stock. I guess it's, traders are piling into this. Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's sometimes it's nice to see why a stock is moving higher, but all we do know is that it's moving higher, high demand, low supply. Okay, like any other commodity on earth. Okay, when there's low supply and for whatever reason, high demand for it, the price is going to go up. But just be forewarned, okay? The stock, when the demand, see the demand is still there. I mean, the demand, just look at the volume bars. But all of a sudden, if the demand dries up, in other words, the enthusiasm for buying this stock dries up, this stock can just collapse quicker than it went up. So that's why I always say, if you're into one of these low float situations, never ever wander away from your computer, okay? Even for 10 seconds, because in a blink of an eye, these things can just drop. Okay? So it's not so Gordon, I guess to answer your question, it's not that I have a weekly agenda necessarily, but this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So, people can ask me questions all day long. So Sly, there is no there actually was an alert yesterday late at 2:50 Eastern time, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Not that we're aware of anyway. It's just the slowness, the SMI volume is way down. The day before yesterday, there were only 3 alerts. Yesterday there was 1, and I have no idea if there'll be 1. I would say that, even Friday it could be slow because as I said, I think a lot of traders will probably take Friday off also to give them a full 4.5 days off, 5.5 days off from the market. So I would say back on Monday, we'll kind of be back to normal. Now, there is no normal in terms of, how many alerts you get from the AI. I would say that 10 would be a lot. I think typically it's more like 4 or 5. But there's nothing, it's not broken. There's nothing for you to do. Now, Great Scott, I have no idea. The question in our YouTube room, is there a way to trade the pool without hard stops? I have no idea. You'd have to, I can post that question in to our other traders, but I have no idea. I know Andy knows trade the pool a lot more than I do. So let me just ask the question. No, it's a good question, Sly. I mean, I'd be asking that question too, or paying for our premium service and wondering, well, what the heck's going on? Yeah, I'd be asking that question too. Is there something wrong on my end? So cost is halted again. Sorry, it is not halted again. Sorry. So let me, I'm going to refresh my memory now. I'm going to bring up a monthly chart for this because I know I mentioned this one. This was a meme stock on this, well, this month here, but that January, can't remember the exact date, but this is this is January of 2021. And you see that it got up to 126, but I believe in either the post market the day before, or, and again, this is a monthly chart, but either the post or the pre-market, one of the days, I believe it was up to about $150. And so, and this came from 3, GMA came from about 10. So on a percentage basis, this actually ran a lot more on a percentage basis than GME did, but it didn't have the staying power at all that GME did. Yeah, you may be the first, certainly the first to identify themselves out of Vietnam, Gordon. We have Trade Ideas, of course, is available in many, many countries around the world. Well, every country really around the world. It's more, doesn't matter where you are, you can have Trade Ideas. I guess it's a matter of if you can trade US stocks in whatever country you're in. I still can't believe that India, they don't allow at least as far as I know, they don't allow the trading of US stocks, or there's some restriction. So what do you mean by that exactly? Who asked that question? Now, Great Scott, are you talking about putting in auto stops, like hard stops? I mean, that's what I'm interpreting that. I just asked the question to the guys, but it's probably a question you have to ask Trade the Pool. Okay, I don't, I have no idea. I mean, it seems to me that you should be able to trade any way you want. You don't want to put in a hard stop, or you just want to, manually exit trades. So what I was saying before, though, about how you can use this to play pullback trades, okay? So click on an alert, okay, or one of the symbols that want to race, as an example. So let's take a look at NNDM, all right? So there was the high of the day up here, and it's pulled back, all right? So if you're more of a pullback player, you might look at this and go, okay, has it pulled back to a level that I like? Now, a level that you like might be the VWAP. So look at the VWAP. Now, obviously, this requires some trading experience, okay? Because if you don't know what I'm talking about, what is the VWAP or moving averages? Well, that's why, we've got that course or the series of videos that you should be looking at if you're brand new to trading. So here's the VWAP at 248. You may be a VWAP player. You may love to see stocks that are pulling back to the VWAP and then to see whether or not the VWAP acts as support and it bounces off it. Okay. Again, I'm not a huge pullback player, but you may be. I mean, that may be what you want to see, or maybe pulling back to a moving average that you like. Okay. All sorts of ways to trade. I just happen to be somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Doesn't have to be your style, though. You know, this is a way more active day than I thought it would be. Boy, I haven't seen this one. This is a Turkish, Turkish company, a cellular, perhaps. I mean, that's what it looks like, but communications company, TKC. See, this is a massive float, 872 million in the float. It's traded 807,000, but that is 6.8 times normal. Meanwhile, back on the cost train, KOSS, probably not. No, they don't. Question was, does Interactive Brokers have shorts for costs? No. But you know what? I don't get bent out of shape about that, because at some point, sure, at some point, cost is going to be a fantastic short, right? But you tell me. I mean, here, I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, 642. Okay, here at 8. Okay, here at 884. Okay, maybe now, I don't know. You can get really killed, So I have found actually that not having shorts available for these crazy ones probably has saved me. Sure, you pick the top, absolutely, but I'm not good enough to pick the top. Yeah, I'm never going to switch. Gordon, I'm in Canada, so I'm not even sure Cobra is available in Canada, but I don't mind. I mean, again, the only reason, I know people, with Centerpoint and Cobra and what's the other one, Trade Zero. Sure, they've got a lot of shorts available. I really don't, it doesn't bother me at all. And again, for the reasons I just stated. But hey, listen, to each his own, right? Or to each a person's own. Yeah. So again, great Scott. Best thing to do is contact Trade the Pool. Okay. The guys at Trade Ideas, they don't know. I can't imagine though that they would force you to put a hard stop, but best thing to do, contact Trade the Pool directly and they'll tell you, okay? But Michael, you know what? Maybe just back off on the studies. I know you want to see every video that Trade Ideas has ever created over the last 20 years, but I'm sort of kidding, but at some point, too much knowledge, That's what I thought. Thank you, Shaw. No hard stop at Trade the Pool. It wouldn't make any sense to me that they would force you to trade that way if you don't want to. So there's your answer, Great Scott. Shaw is just indicating no hard stop at Trade the Pool, or they don't force you to. Yeah, the only thing, yeah, if I were looking to short this cost, okay, if I had, I mean, my clues would be the topping tails, of course. You get a series, maybe, especially if you get three of them, the topping tails, say on a 15-minute chart or whatever time frame you like. Again, what do the topping tails mean? So we've got three in a row here, but the one, the two candles ago, I mean, after that, it just ripped higher. So I just find it very difficult to figure out a top in any of these sort of stocks. But if you can do it, more power to you. Whoa, I guess I had a price alert for the SPY. Did I? No, I didn't. I'm sorry. No, I made a mistake. Yeah, this on again, off again. So this is something I've got up and running now, guys. I haven't talked about this too much, but I thought I'd bring this one back, the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, and I was gonna wait until earnings season started because I think we'll get a lot of interesting looks during earnings season. So let me just explain what this one does. This is a multi-strategy window. It has 4 scans in here. And do we have all the colors? Yes, we have 1, 2. No, we don't. We're missing one color. I'll explain what I mean. So I have 4 scans in here, a gap up and go, a gap down and reverse. That's the one I'm missing. Not missing, but nothing triggered. Gap up and reverse and gap down and go. So what do they mean? Gap up and go. You can see I've color coded it in green. So a gap up and go would mean a stock that, gapped up and kept going. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day long, though. Of course. I mean, if it were that simple, we all wouldn't be doing this. Well, we'd be doing this, but we wouldn't be in a room. We'd all be in our islands somewhere. Okay, so what it means is it hit all the filter requirements and the trigger at the time of the alert. So the stock gapped up and it kept going for a while anyway. Gap down and reverse. This is a stock that gapped down and then reversed. And you can see there's nothing meeting those requirements today. A gap up and reverse. Stock that gapped up and reversed. You can see a Paramount right there. PAR. It gapped up and now it's reversing. And then a gap down and go, which is this FH. You can't see it, but where are you? So, I mean, this is not a great example, but a gap down. And then at the time, remember, this is all time sensitive. Well, this is the time of the alert at 9:46, but it didn't really gap down that much more. But you know what? Maybe later on. The alert was at 497. It's at 490 now. Maybe it continues down. So this is the don't repeat version. I think on my homepage, I think I've got the repeating version. So you'll see the stock over and over again. And again, it's on my homepage. All right. So, John Galt, I have a question for you. You have a question for me. This is in our YouTube room. So, can one use trade ideas for scalping the Dow using trade ideas race scans to track how many the Dow 30 stocks breaking above the high or low of a 3-minute candle? I would say no. Okay, not for scalping. Okay. I definitely would not. For the race, using a race, I would say no. Now, Jamie, if Jamie is going to show up in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he is a scalper, okay? I'm not a scalper. So he may have an idea for you. So let me just post that for Jamie, okay? Okay, so he does not have an idea for you, okay? He's just answering. So he's actually listening to me, okay? So he does not have an idea for you for what you want to do in terms of scalping the Dow breaking above a high or low of a 3-minute candle. Okay. No scalping the diamonds. Okay. You too, Jack. Have a, I guess, I guess we'll see you Friday. And Michael, okay, we'll see you on Monday. Is talking to Michael in a YouTube room. One moment, please. John, the 20 SMA scan, does part of the scan have prior move up, like prior weeks up? Um, so what scan are you talking about though? What exact scan are you talking about? I don't know the 20 SMA scan. And probably I'm going to say no anyway, but I don't know what your 20 SMA scan is. Okay, he talks about, I think he's talking about the 10 okay, he's talking about the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay? That's what he's talking about. The 10 that's my blue line right there. Okay? Not the 20 SMA. So that blue line right there. So he's got a, I mean, he's got a scan, but this is all intraday stuff. Okay? He's got a scan. Now, I mean, could you put this on a weekly chart? I guess. You could put the 10. Well, you could put this 10 period on the weekly chart, I suppose, or the daily chart and see what happens. But he uses it. I know he uses it. He's got not quite a scan, but he's got a top list that can show you stocks that are, well, let me show you. Jam down by to the, let's see what it looks like. See if there's anything in it. But this is what it's looking for. 5 and 300, 300,000. Let's see. So yeah, so the stock is between just slightly underneath or slightly above, but this is on a daily basis. Now, could that turn into a swing trade if you like it? But maybe you want to, I don't know, maybe you want to put that 10 SMA on a daily chart or a weekly chart. But this is all he's got. I don't have anything. Yeah, I have a cat right near me. Hello, Monita. Staring at me, wanting a little bit of food. Okay, give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm going to try this one maybe. This is a gap down and reverse. Okay, let's see. Now, the company, it dropped 11% after the company announced, so they're doing a financing. Okay. I'm definitely warming up to these again. I mean, it's funny, create all these scans over 14 years. I retire some of them, don't use them for years. And then, one day or on a weekend, sometimes I take a look at an old scan I created, check the history to see what sort of alerts we got, say for the previous week. And I go, I should resurrect that one. Now, this is one that I have, I haven't retired this one for years, but look, I'm looking at the RPay now. There was the alert at 9:31, and that was on a gap down and a reverse now. Yep, it's called gap continuation or reversal. Gap continuation or reverse. Four scans are in there. It is. It's in there, Michael. Go to my homepage and funny man, Jamie. I know if you're hearing me. Okay, so Jamie will take over for me between 12 and 1. Okay, so I may just pack it in myself then at noon. Okay, Eastern time. Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I'm probably going to pack it in at noon. William says he'll keep the room open until 1, okay, the main room. But I'll probably pack it in at noon for me. Okay, now okay, you got it. So what I wanted to check though, I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Okay, so this scan, so the gap continuation or reversal scan, okay, more than likely, it's up to you. I have the don't repeat version, okay? Now, I think what I'm sharing is the repeat version. So you would see the same stock over and over and over again. It's up to you what you know what you want. Gordon, no, I don't back test anything. Okay. I just want to see the alerts and then I make up my mind, okay? Obviously the alerts I'm getting are stocks I want to see, and then I make up my mind based on a chart. And I'm not getting an overwhelming number of alerts. Okay. I'm talking to Gordon in our YouTube room. I'm not getting an overwhelming number of alerts that I'm, clicking like mad, trying to figure out if I want to trade it or not. But I don't have the time to backtest. I mean, it's very, very tedious. When I shut off, when I'm done this, and when I'm done every day, I just shut off. I don't look at the market at all. Backtesting can be very, very tedious. And listen, I mean, if a person wants to backtest, if you're into it, great. If you got the time, because the problem with backtesting, not the problem, but the issue with backtesting is that you might backtest something, it might look pretty good, and then the following week it might look terrible. So you've got to go back to the drawing board, start to tweak it, tweak your filters, maybe your values, maybe add a filter in, take one out, backtest. I just don't have the time nor the inclination anymore to do it. Yeah, the NVO, Les in our YouTube room, and William had just posted some information about NVO. Yeah, so yeah, potential link, Ozempic, Wegovy, Wiggity, I don't know how to pronounce it, and serious eye condition revealed in new study. So it's a rare condition. And as always, Michael, you can change the values, the filter values in those scans. Yeah, Gordon, that's what I was finding. Listen, when I was just a lowly subscriber, not that you guys are lowly subscribers, but back in 2010, I was super excited to do back testing. Super. It was called the Ozmaker back then. I was super excited. I had all sorts of time, and I really enjoyed, spending hours and hours going through the back tester and trying to come up. But you know what I found? I know I'm sort of digressing here, but you know what I actually found is that the back tester showed me that what I thought should work was garbage. Okay. There'd be something that I thought, well, this got to work. I keep reading about this sort of thing on the, on the internet, YouTube videos suggesting that this was the way to go. So I'd say, especially opening range breaks. I'm not saying there's it's not a good idea to not play opening range breaks, but I was convinced that, an opening 15-minute range break or an opening 30-minute range break, that was the way to go. I could never, ever get it to work. Now, did I have some scans that were around that were using opening range break? Sure. And I would click on the alert and see if I liked what I saw. But as far as trying to backtest it to get, some really positive results, couldn't do it. Just could not do it. And it's interesting because I know that the AI had some opening range break strategies, and I haven't seen one triggered in years now. I don't know if they got rid of them or just couldn't get it to work. And I was convinced, everybody kept saying, "Oh, opening range breaks, that's the way to go." Yeah, and the only one that is kind of giving me a lot of alerts all day long. This is more just because I like to have one pure momentum scan, okay, because of the room that we're in, okay, so that I can see stocks that are really, I mean, but I get a lot of alerts here, okay, quite a few alerts here over the course of the day. But I don't mind that because it, keeps it a little more interesting. I can point something out. Maybe somebody looks at this and goes, yeah, that fits my trading style, IMMX, or waits for a pullback or something, Shoot, I wish I'd seen this one just a little bit earlier. TEM. This is an IPO from back here. It was having a decent run, but looks like there's, I don't know if there's anything specifically happening or just profit taking. That's a big drop, though. I mean, from 37 down to 33. Ah, CNSP. You pieces of. Let's see, did it really drop? Yeah, there it goes. CNSP. So they did a midday financing. What am I? I even call it a pet peeve. I think it's just, and you're only raising 1.98 million. Okay, 139 a share. So you're sitting here thinking, okay, maybe I'll hold a little piece here. Maybe I'm still in the money on that big run. I've taken some off. I'm not talking about me, but I'm going to hold on to some because maybe it'll come back later on in the day, like a lot of these can. And then all of a sudden, they just release a financing on you, and that basically destroys the stock. And it's halted on the way down. Let's see how close to look at that. I mean, look how close it is to the financing price of 139. It's underneath that financing price. So, whoa, oh my goodness, look at Doyu now. So they did a special cash dividend of $9. I don't know how that works with the stock being up 5. I don't know how that works. This has been a very active morning, guys. I only did the one trade, but it's been entertaining for me anyway. So here's a gap up and go. Okay, here's the Doyu. Now, what time was that? Yeah, so you can see you had the alert at 17:23 when it took out the high of the day. And it met all the other filter requirements. The market closes at 1 o'clock Eastern time, Joe. Okay, in our YouTube room, ask the question. 1 o'clock Eastern time. But personally, I will be out of here in about 45 minutes, okay? Because Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I think that is when I am going to take off also. And William, though, will keep the main room open until 1 o'clock. So next year, if I'm still around here, I guess we'll actually get 3.5 straight days off. Because the half day will be on Thursday, the holiday, July the 4th, will be on the Friday, and then of course Saturday and Sunday. So that'll be 3.5 days off. But I have a feeling a lot of people will take off Friday. Well, as you know, July 4th means nothing to me. I'm just kind of kidding. I mean, it's obviously nothing, not a holiday in Canada. But no, vacuum day is vacuum day, man. I got to do it. Okay, Gordon. Yeah, you are definitely in a different time zone. 10:30 p.m. You though probably can trade the pre-market. I mean, I envious because there's so much happening in the pre-market now. I mean, even to call it the pre-market is what does it really mean anymore? If I were in your time zone, I know Dak is in. I think he's in the Philippines or in Indonesia. I'd be just trading the pre-market and just packing it in. All right, so CNSP just resumed and right around the financing price. Yeah, Daniel, I don't know. William might be able to answer that question a lot better than I can. That 976 dividend. But why, Gordon? I mean, I think that there are a lot of. I mean, look at things like. Now, I have no idea what sort of a trader you are. I'm talking to Gordon in our YouTube room, but I mean, when you look at stocks like what was the one that was really active? The VVPR as an example. I don't know if it won a race. I mean, so that had the big pop after hours yesterday, and then right here. So right at 6:30 Eastern time, that was a great break right there as an example. I mean, I don't see any different. I mean, if you were seeing this break at 11 o'clock, okay, Eastern time, I mean that'd be something I'm sure most people would be very would love to see. And I'm not saying every stock because this stock because it broke like that is going to do this, but that to me, and there was plenty of volume. I mean, millions and millions of shares. And the other one was well, I hate to mention it now, but the CNSP. I hate to mention it because they did the financing. You could have taken that right around here. What time is that? That's 8:30. But anyway, I if I weren't on the West Coast, I'm just not going to get up at 1 o'clock my time. I would probably be trading the pre-market a lot more. There's a lot enough stocks in the pre-market that are trading plenty of volume now. Well, no auto stops, no, Daniel, but I'm somebody who doesn't do that anyway, so it doesn't really affect me. But don't let me convince you, Gordon. I mean, a person has to be comfortable. Of course, the way they, yeah, I mean, but you don't go in at market order. You just don't have a market order. But I have traded the pre-market. I mean, it's not that I never trade. I've never had an issue. I'm not saying this is a rocket ship at all, but they are pay. The high was 1037 or 937 or so. This is one of those gap down and reversals. Had shorts been available for this, the CNSP, there's a gap up and reverse. There's no shorts available. At 218, of course, then they announced the financing and crash. Let's take a look at Paramount. It hasn't moved that much, but this could be a steady one down. Hard to know exactly, of course, but 1157 was the alert. Got down to 1140. And the Doyu, we already talked about that one, 1723 on the alert. And before it pulled back at all, got up to 1825. How did Lee do? Lie. Yeah, 2059 on the alert. This is a gap up and go. Before it pulled back at all, got up to 21. Pretty good. FFWM, 497, hasn't moved. This is the type of one, though, that I could be watching all day, putting a price alert maybe down at around 480 and see if later on in the day it just starts to really move down. Liking it again. So again, this is on my homepage. You can have it. This is the don't repeat version. You can, I think on my homepage, it's the repeat version though, which is fine. All that means is that you'll see the same stock. You would see Doyu as it kept making new high after new high after new high. What I used to do is put the repeating version side by side. And the reason I like to see it like this is because then I can kind of go back in time and say, oh, what happened from that alert? So that's a pretty big move, SMR. It's 1.25%. And again, this is one of those stocks that is in this little sector, the mobile reactor nuclear technology. Its mission to help power the global energy transition by delivering a safe, scalable, and reliable carbon-free energy. So let's take a look at NNE and see what it is doing. So it's in drop mode now again. NNE, of course, was the same sector. IPO'd back here, had a massive run all the way up to 37 last week. Some pretty big profit taking place now. Some big price targets put on this one, NNE. But, this is definitely weakening. But for me, this has been an extremely hard intraday trader. Very, very, up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Okay, guys, I have about half an hour left, okay? I will be taking off at noon Eastern. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. But just flash my my homepage up again one last time. You can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. So clicking on my link, there is the 4th of July sale right here, 25% off, first month only or the entire year. Again, use my code, really helps to keep this room free. The Getting Started is here, Trading 101 if you're new to trading. And then here are my scans. So this is my scan. These are the scans I'm currently sharing. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, you just have to scroll down to the scan section. And here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. There's that gap continuation or reverse. And then here are the three races. And here is the halts resumes. Oops, I almost did it. Barry Sear. I mentioned a stock once. Doesn't matter if I mentioned it 5 years ago, it's mine. Here it is, though. Oh, right. Now I remember why you talked about that one because I was, well, it's not. Let's take a look. M&A blog commenting recommendation memo from the staff at the FTC to challenge. So the merger is being challenged. That's why get the question, a few times. You see a merger or some company is looking to buy a company. So you can see right here, look at this, Sear. Obviously that had been announced a long time ago. Is that right? Is that possible that this has been in the works since December of last year? Because you can kind of see how it's flatlined. And so people go, well, okay, if the merger, let's make a number up. Merger's at 50. Well, why don't I just buy it, here when it's at 40 because it's going to 50? Not necessarily. Lots of things can happen. And just like, the your DOJ can get involved. Maybe the what is it, FTA or anyway, one of those acronyms can get involved and say, wait a minute, we don't think this merger should go through because of, I don't know, any competition. FTC, maybe it's the FTC. FTC, yeah, thank you. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm just following some internal discussions, trade ideas. Okay, guys, you might want to take a look at SYT. SYT is making a little bit of a move here off the bottom. Okay, a little bit of a move here. SYT was active, of course, yesterday, got into the 200-day moving average. That basically stalled it, and it's trying to come back a bit here now, SYT. Little bit of volume coming in. You can just sort of see a little volume bar. It has 7 minutes to close, so a little bit of volume coming in. Boy, cost is not over yet. I mean, I don't know if it's going to take out the high here, but it is not utterly collapsed yet. KOSS. Yeah, cost just popped and just took out the high of the day, didn't it? Yeah, the high of the day was back here, this candle, 10:45 candle, 11 o'clock, sorry, 11 o'clock, 15-minute candle. And it got up to 963, so it's above that now. And this is it, guys. I mean, this is the momentum scan, cost, all over it all day long. And of course, when it won 12 races, well, you can't take your eyes off something like this. I mean, something that's won 12 races, could set up at different times for you during the day. As opposed to IVP. Now, ideally, what would have happened with IVP? It would have, sure, nothing wrong with a pullback, but not pulling back from 311 down to 133. That's a disaster. contrast that with costs that, yeah, it got up to 961 and it pulled back to, 830. Didn't pull all the way back down to here like IVP did. Big, big, big difference. There you go, guys. I mean, look at the RPay. I mean, it's just inching its way up. I mean, this is not a rocket ship. It's not going to be a cost. Boy, this went ugly after the initial pop. CVAC, what did it get up to? Got up to 424, and ever since the market opened, it's just been dropping. This did not trigger for Shady. Meanwhile, cost briefly anyway, took out 10, got up to 1036. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, yeah, cost keeps making new high after new high. I mean, okay, let's get crazy. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it keep going? So the next high on a monthly chart looks like this month back here in August of 2022. So almost 2 years ago, it hit 1140. The month before that, it hit 1286. So there is, on a monthly chart anyway, there is still some room for it to move if it wants to. Okay, that's pretty obvious. Cost shares are trading higher amid increased retail investor interest. Thank you for that edification. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in the main room. A little premature, perhaps, but don't want to forget. Jamie said he will, and he'll very enthusiastically take over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, okay? Not there quite yet, but he will show up. Wow. Definitely no clue this was going to happen, guys. I mean, in the pre-market, it had a nice run. I mean, don't get me wrong, 438 it closed, and it was, wow, it was up to $5. So not like a magical run in the pre-market, but man, oh man, that 930 candle. So again, I'm so glad there are no shorts available. Now, had I been paying a little more attention to this, that is going to be, I guess, it looks like it's going to be released next week. Look at the cost. Oh, man, I should have been paying attention. This is where I could have bought it right there. This is that go, no go. And look at the change of color right there. From that, I call it a little pea green to the light blue. And that signified a potential long right there. You know, you had to pop little pullback, and then the change of color. Wow. Let me see if that was. And now we're halted. Cost is now halted. No, no, sorry, Oliver. I was just putting my, well, I wasn't on mute. I was just not talking. No, that is going, just give me a moment. So the go, no go charts, this will be an add-on, guys. Don't want to disappoint anybody, but probably am. It's going to be an add-on, okay? And probably $49 a month add-on. Kind of like the anchored VWAP. It should be released next week. But I have no idea if there are going to be any promotions or anything like that for it. So And this is why I'm. No, wait a minute. What have I done here? Just give me a moment. Ah, yeah. So this is why I've changed to this open, high, low, close for the 15-minute chart, because this is what the Go No Go uses. If you want to find out more about Go No Go, you can just type it in. Go No Go, and you go to their website, and it'll kind of explain what it is all about. And the reason we have to charge for it is because it is a third party. Okay, we're licensing this from them. No, that's the other one. The Ripster. Ripster is a part. Ripster is the part of the service. Yes. All right, guys, we're getting close. Any last minute questions? And halted. Let's see where it could open. All right, 1189, 1189. So there is the halt price for costs, 1177. There's the potential, and it just opened. And it is now, look like it. Wow, look at that drop. Okay, it looked like it was going to really accelerate right through 12. Could still do it, but there it goes. But there it goes. Wow. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the announcement up that I'm. Of course, no, I can't do it. No, because I'll be stopping the screen sharing. So there's no point in having the announcement up. And there's cost halting again. Wow. Oh my goodness. Look at the possibility. 15. Well, so much for a sleepy half day, guys. I'm impressed. And there's Jamie. Okay, just give me one moment, Jamie, as I know you're desperate to start in YouTube. Okay, guys, so I am going to leave the main room. I'm taking off now. William will keep the main room, excuse me, will keep the main room open until 1 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. So have a great 4th of July, those who celebrate it, and we'll see you Friday. I'll be back on the mic Friday at 9 in the morning. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing now in the main room. Okay. And putting myself on mute in the main room. And one moment, Jamie, as I stop my music. All right, Mr. Jamie, how are you?
Hey, I heard like this is where traders hang out and stuff.
Oh
Am I in
yeah,
the right spot?
I am. I'm stunned actually by the amount of activity today. Really, I mean, it's not just the costs, but it's there's a lot of other things that were just alive and kicking.
Yeah, and even though it's kind of slow now, I mean, on a day like today, half day, I mean, orders still have to get done. So
Hmm.
I think they get compressed and compacted and, give some crazy moves. But
Exactly.
yeah, the KOSS, who'd have thought this would be the one today, you know?
Well, I do remember. I mean, do you remember it? It was the same week that GME and AMC and all the other ones went crazy.
Yeah.
And KOSS actually, if you look at a monthly chart, I think you'll see that it hit a high of we'll say 120, but actually or 130. But actually, in the pre-market or post-market, one of those days, it actually hit about 100. I think it was actually 170 or 180.
Right.
And that came from $3. That actually was the biggest percentage gainer, even bigger than GME. The problem is, it had no staying power and it just dropped after that and did nothing for well several years. Today is having its day,
It is having its day today. And
but it
the float of 5.2 million, helps that out a little bit as well.
oh yeah, for sure, traded 48 million now. So anyway, my friend, well, thank you. I wasn't sure you were going to show up today, so thank you for that because it gives me an extra hour off. And have a great Fourth of July
Not a
for you
problem. I
tomorrow.
better
And
grab the screen here real
oh
quick.
yeah, okay.
Yes, tomorrow is the 4th.
Now, can you shut down YouTube?
I'm not really sure what that means.
Okay, well, I have to stop the StreamYard or something because I'm going to be gone. Actually, I wonder. How do I do that? Can you? Okay, can you see my screen? Okay,
I
I'm
just
gonna.
took it.
Okay, I'll take the screen back.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So this is what I see. Okay, there's StreamYard. Okay, so
Hmm.
when I want to get out, I just end the stream.
Okay. Well, then I should be able to do that
Okay.
because I have that button up there as well.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Very good. Yeah. So I know, Canadians don't really celebrate our Independence Day. So
There's no reason to. No.
really,
We're,
Barry,
we
I don't
we are
understand
a
that.
different
Yeah.
country. We had ours on the first.
Right, but nonetheless, you get the day off.
I do get the day off, and I'm looking forward to it. Okay, Jamie. So again, thanks so much for taking over, and we'll see you. Well, we'll certainly see you next Wednesday. And again, have a nice
Are
Fourth of
you going to
July.
be around Friday? Are you out
Oh
Friday as
yeah.
well?
Oh no,
Okay.
no, I'll be
Okay.
around Friday.
Well, let's see what just happened. Oh, I need to grab the screen back would probably be a good idea. And then you, sir, are free to go and enjoy
All
your day
right.
off, and we'll see you back on Friday.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
All right, later, Barry. Bye
Bye.
bye. Okay, ladies and gents, hello. Welcome to a live support session. Probably what will be the slowest live support session market wise that we've seen in a very long time. So we'll reconvene back on Friday after everybody takes their day off. And in the meantime, in case there's any newbies out there, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. No pre-planned content, just talking shop, trading, and trade ideas. So if you have a question about the software, feel free to use the questions panel to get it out there. Or I do have some rudimentary chart reading abilities. If you'd like me to take a look at any symbols, I can try that for you as well. So there you have it. But yeah, this KOSS, definitely the talk of the market today. And let's just see here. I don't see it on my Dawn of the Dead tree map, but boy, it's front and center here on the relative strength leaders. And boy, I thought I activated my PIN, but it appears to be hiding. Give me a second here. Well, it's just not cooperating. Hmm. All right. Well, I guess my PIN is out of order, so to speak. All right. Which one are you talking about there, Michael? The KOSS was halted? Yeah, it sure was. Appears to be back halted again. And I was just looking for my halt scanner here. Da, 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 da. Give me 1 second, ladies and gents. I just have to pull up a window from my cloud. Okay, just wanted to see the last halt there. Yep, 11:03:03 Central Standard Time. And just wanted to check out the history. But for some reason, my fingers aren't working like I want them to. Hold on a second. Now you come here. There we go. Just wanted to check out the history real quick. Okay, yeah, so let's see. I'm showing 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth halt for KOSS, I do believe. Funny observation, KOSS, when a stock does do this, we get a lot of people going, hey, why didn't the AI latch on to KOSS? And I could see how people would think that. But everybody just needs to remember with the AI, who has been kind of dormant over the past couple of days, and we've been getting a lot of inquiries regarding that as well. But when the market gets real slow and the range is pretty narrow, typically around holidays, that happens, right? Because the AI is looking at its strategy complement, and each one of those strategies, you can't see the inner workings. You can't see the filter set. You can't see the alert. But let me tell you, some of those filter sets are 20, 30, 40 filters in there. And guess what? They all work in the all or none capacity. So when the market gets slow, especially around holidays, the AI is looking at a lot of things. And if those things aren't happening, well, no bounce, no play. Just in case anybody was wondering about that. In the meantime, let's check the questions panel here. Yeah, and I mean KOSS, ooh, they make headphones. But hey, this is more of a meme stock. GME doesn't really do anything except raise money these days. But I guess having a viable product isn't necessarily the key to a successful company anymore these days. All right, Michael, just reading your question there. When scalping, what do you look for? Yeah, there is a small nugget of validity to what you're talking about there, Michael. Different exchanges, things of that nature. Um, let's see. From a scalping, if you're looking to do a little scalping, right, and you want to have something that's low dollar, like this DNN right here, currently at 213. You can see where it's been over the weekly, 245, buck 98. But let's shrink the time frame down here. Okay, so most people would look at this chart and go, it doesn't move enough. I can't really make any money trading this thing. Well, 217 in the high today, 211. All right, that's 6 cents in there, right? Of course, the first 15 minutes, who wants to play in that playground? Nobody. It's too much of a seesaw, right? But once it gets a little more range bound, right? Now, I don't have my trading software up right now, but if you pull this thing up on a level two, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. And it's a pretty liquid instrument. The interesting thing about this one, it's a Canadian mining company, right? Let's see, I forget exactly what they mine. Uranium, okay? So it typically likes to move every day. It's got a penny spread, does huge volume. It's already kicked out almost 7 million shares, relative volume not even of one right now, but it kicks out a lot of shares each and every day and it typically moves. It's a Canadian company and it's an American exchange stock. It's an Amex stock. So, if you are trying to dip your toes into the scalping arena, DNN might be a good one to practice on because you're not going to get hurt as long as you don't overload yourself on shares. And when I'm talking about this topic, it should be worth noting, okay? In today's market environment, since everything went to zero commission, and amazingly, everybody followed Robinhood into that trench, and now the bet is made. And so, what makes scalping viable, in my opinion, is the zero commission environment. If I was still paying commissions, I'd be like, "Pfft, scalping, good luck. You're going to need it. But with zero commission and what they call price improvement, even on one penny spread stocks, if you have the aptitude, and when I say, do you have the aptitude? Well, if you're a big gamer, you might have the aptitude because that's pretty much what it's like. It's unlike any other style of trading that you'll ever um, attempt to engage in. It's more like playing a video game. Most people would be like, "Oh, that would drive me crazy." Yeah, I get it. But for certain people with certain aptitudes, it might be enjoyable. Yeah, Michael, unfortunately, well, I say my teaching days are over. I mean, I still, for lack of a better term, teach people about trade ideas, but yeah, mentoring people, hmm, that's a that is a passion that you have to have, right? I think Barry's a good mentor. Our market makers, not retail. Well, I don't even necessarily think they're market maker used to be a viable term, but with the advent that happened in 2001 when they canned the SOS system and at the same time went to decimals, when we still had fractions, yeah, you really had market makers. They were listed. You could see everybody, Milco, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, Smith Barney. You knew who everybody was. Hey, they're on the sell side, they're on the buy side, and they had to stay there. That's what a market maker does. They offer shares for sale or purchase. These are the shares I'm willing to putting up on the offer for sale. I'm bidding this. And in the old days, you could sit there and watch them drop off as they got hit. Boom, 1,000 shares would hit. That market maker would leave because they had to. They couldn't leave without getting hit, right? If they did, that was called backing away. That was illegal. Well, now what was illegal is common practice, right? I'm sure there's a lot of you out there who, let's just say it's a normal trade. You're waiting for this setup, and as soon as you go to click that mouse button or hit F12 to go market buy, boom, it leaves, and you get filled at the next price, right? That's what we call getting fanneled, filled at next level, right? So not only is backing away legal now, but they can back away in a microsecond. When you hit the button, they see the signal coming, their algo leaves in a microsecond, even though you're like, what in the world's going on here? So anyway, just a little history lesson about how the markets have, well, I wouldn't use the term evolved. I think they've devolved in a lot of different ways. Cost popping again, huh? Let's take a peek. Where does she stop? Nobody knows. Maybe. Let's look at the monthly, as Barry was saying earlier. Yeah, so many of these patterns out there these days. But look, as soon as it tapped that little level right there, it started getting up to boogie. And that's, you know, whatever the hullabaloo is, and then once it cracks this little level, it's just going to throw more fuel on the fire. What's the short float? It's not that bad, 7%, not quite 8%. All right, David, see your question there. Do I use level two, DOM, or footprints to scalp? Um, well, on the rare occasion that I do have time to focus on that, David, um, yes, it's still it's old school. Level two, time and sales. You see the offer getting thin. You see a bunch of prints going off at the offer. Volume's good. It's a very simple methodology, and it all revolves just around order books and time and sales, and in essence, what we referred to in the old days as a tape reader. Yeah, but boy, the pullbacks in this thing are pretty violent. And we just topped out there at 1873. Now, I haven't been keeping up with this, but if I had to guess, I would think that the kitty guy would be all up in this one as well. Who knows? Let's see, Dom. You're gonna have to tell me what footprints and Dom mean because I'm unfamiliar with those terms. And level three or four, I don't even know what that is. See, that's interesting you bring that up because back in the olden times, level two, but there were no ECNs, and this is way before I even started SOS trading. You could see a level two, but only market makers could post offers and bids. That was called level three back then. So these days, I don't even know what level three or four is. A book map is level four, and footprints is level three. Show the volume within the candle. Interesting, but no, don't use that. And up until now, didn't even know that was the thing. Interesting. From a curiosity standpoint, I'll have to check that out if it's available within the platform, just for giggles, and see if there's any edge to it. But thank you for pointing that out. Matter of fact, I'm going to write a little note here. I have plenty of time tomorrow to tinker with things. Let's see. All right. We will explore that. On the other hand, it might be useful. On the other hand, it just might be a distraction for my brain, but you never know until you take a peek. Interesting nonetheless. Thanks for bringing that up. All right. What else is going on out here? I know Bitcoin's been getting a little soft. So what are we down on IBIT today? 2.46. And last I looked, Bitcoin was kind of flopping around 59. Let's see if it's still there, if it reclaimed the 60 level. Yep, back to 60,267. And it seems that the 60 level, or right about there, seems to be pretty strong support so far anyway. CVAC. They're not liking the CVAC today. Trading views apparently not tick data. TOS offers basic book map, not advanced. Okay. All right. How's our crowd in here today? Not bad, not bad. Typical number of attendees. Sarah or Sierra charts, Michael? I don't think I've ever heard of Sarah. You know, ever since I guess it was the CEO. Of course, I don't know when exactly it was on this monthly chart. Came out and said the current uh, drugstore model is not viable anymore. Oh yeah, Sierra. They've been around a long time. Matter of fact, back in the olden days, 2010, that was one of the first platforms where you could get real-time Bitcoin charting. And I remember watching Bitcoin one day go to zero when MTGOX got hacked. All right, pretty quiet out here, ladies and gentlemen. But if you got a question, do not hesitate to get it out. Just looking to see if any of these other relative strength leaders have done anything substantial. Little BEAT. Getting some traction here. I'm thinking of MNMD, Mind Medicine. There we go. This one had a nice pop off the bottom, taking its little pullback here on the monthly to the 10 period. Yeah, David, I remember when NASDAQ came out with extended books. You know, you got the level 2, then you have the whatever they call the depth, additional size or whatever. Um, but I've just kept it relatively simple with my trading activity when I do have time to squeeze off a few trades. Still halted. Okay, how many halts is that now for costs? We got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's still the fourth one. Oh, no wonder I had my window on history. I'm like, yeah, 11:14 was the last one. So no resume yet, right? This is a long one. 9 minutes thus far. Well, not only will the live support session only go for another 37 minutes, but also the market. It's kind of anomalous. Well, I guess it's the new thing moving forward, having the market shut down midweek in close proximity, from the last one that we had on close on Wednesday. Now we're going to be closing on Thursday, half a day today. Icebergs. A recent 375 price target on DNN there. That'd be a nice little percentage move. Scotiabank. And let's take a peek here at something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but no signals. Book map. Noted. I will check that out. And I know Barry's been talking about the go no go, which when that product is finally launched, you'll have special windows through Market Explorer showing you things exhibiting certain go no go patterns on different time frames. But as Barry has been illustrating as of late, it's really applicable to any stock that you throw into one of those charts. So I've been trying to warm up to it as well, and I like what I'm seeing thus far. Hopefully, that thing will be rolled out before too long. Michael, a scraper who just added it himself and is using it daily, and I know him. Is that a statement or a question? I do know him because I'm curious to know who that might be. What is my user number? I'm no Steve. What, Steve's number 2 or 3, I think. I think I'm number right about 200-ish. Ah, okay. Yeah. You talking about Ross? I know of him. I don't really personally know him. I forget his, you know, Ross been around a long time. Kind of reminds me of one of the band members in Kansas, the band. Yeah, it was 2003, but I remember I was trading. I was still trading in Austin, Texas, at a prop shop, and Dan was out in California, and one day he calls me. He's like, "Check this out," Like, "Yeah, all right, I'll use it." And that there had already been, a couple hundred signups. But yeah, Steve and Brad definitely the first users. Well, Austin is a great place. It's getting a little wacky there right now, but hey, so goes the world, right? A little too crowded, a little too LA-like. It's funny. Haven't been there in a very long time, but even yeah, 3, 4 years ago when I was there, and would Uber around and had a couple of Uber drivers that were from that had moved to Austin from Los Angeles, and they're like, "Man, this traffic's worse than Los Angeles." And they're right. I bet, Michael, from 2010 or, you know, I don't even know if I was doing webinars in 2010, but yeah, probably when we were using the old, I can't even remember the name of the software now. GoToMeeting for webinars. Yeah, the audio is probably not so good. Yeah, Michael, feels like forever since about 2007. I mean, I've been using it since 2003, but working closely with the company since around 2007. Well, I wish I had something exciting to point out here, ladies and gentlemen, but it is what it is. Let me see all the good pre-market range breaks that I missed today. That would have been nice right there. Charge point, not the best pre-market, but you can clearly identify the levels. Buck 47, buck 45 opens and just straight up once this lower level was broken here, and even another big push. When we got over here, which is the true pre-market high, and a nice little percentage move for a low dollar stock like that. Oh, XBEV. See, if you can locate these tight pre-market ranges and know which ones to hit, if they break those levels, a lot of the times you can get some nice moves right off the bat. Of course, opening 5 minutes, tricky, slippery slope, but you have your levels, right? What did we open at right here? 777, right? That high of the pre-market was 782, or that one was actually, let's call it 783. So it opened up below at 777, gave you plenty of time, only went down to, actually, that's the low. I mean, it never looked back. So as soon as you see that candle, boom, breaks these levels right here? Well, a picture speaks a thousand words. The 10 period and the VWAP just fit it like a glove. Not too shabby for old XPEB there. And I was just about to say Neo would follow suit because it's all of the EV related stocks doing the same thing. Ah, Brad, yeah. Okay, Benson, any NR7s in the pretty slow market? Yeah, they're always going to be there. It's just the quality of the, well, consolidation area. No worries, Michael. Just be careful. We'd hate for you to have a collision. Okay, so I'm going to pull up a few of the stocks that were gapping down today. Oh my goodness. MDDR gap down 81% today. Is that right? Oh, REIT. Oh, it's a reverse split. Okay. I was like, it looks like that can't be true. Could it? Reverse split. This one's not bad. Something that I've noticed a lot and continue to notice is any stock that is gapping down significantly, there's typically a reason for it, right? Bad news. Somehow the company screwed up in some capacity. And some of my favorite things to take note of these days are once these things gap down, how do they react to VWAP, right? A lot of times they'll be down considerably from VWAP. Like for example, in this little area right here. And the next thing you're thinking is, well, will they take it back to VWAP? Of course, now look at what it's doing. Took some time, but it's just nestled up against VWAP. And a lot of the times that can be the indicator that you need. Okay, well, the sellers are still in control. They took it back up to VWAP, but if that seller comes back out, well, then this range down here might be in play again, right? Not the greatest example. Sometimes it just jumps out like a, you know, just so obvious, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of those today. Not bad. Hemming and hawing around the VWAP and then plummets. Looks a little too thin for my taste though, but it's not like we have a whole lot on the list today. ARDX, I think that was the one from yesterday. Okay, great example yesterday. ARDX, gap down, I don't know, some massive percentage, and then swoon down, back to VWAP, swoon down, close to VWAP, riding the 10 period on the 5, and then just whoosh, collapsed. So a lot of times, these stocks that are in trouble, they're going to flex, they're going to buck, they're going to throw elbows. But VWAP, that's good on those things. This was a classic example yesterday. Well, congratulations to your dad, man. That's a great age to be at. July 7th. What's weird about July 7th is that marks my half year birthday. Yeah, Michael, when it comes to politics, I think it's all a big show. I think it's all a big act. I think it's bread and circus. Bread and circus. I think they're all slapping high fives behind the scenes. Who knows in that arena? I refuse to get stressed out about things that I have no control over. So in the meantime, we can just watch the show. Who knows what's going to happen? It's just so weird not seeing these active tickers spit anything out. Is this thing on? All right. I don't think I missed any questions, but then again, there haven't been a lot of questions. 1 second, please. All righty. Ah, there's my pin. It likes to hide it from me, but at least I know where it is now. All right. Anybody have any charts, any symbols they'd like me to take a peek at? You know what? Let's cruise on over to the Explosive Winners channel. Of course, we're going to see KOSS all over the place, but I'm assuming they resumed. Yeah, resumed 24. It resumed quite a while ago and is taking its little pullback. Gee, wonder if it's going to get down to here. The old 10 period. That was certainly an explosive move for Antex, but happened in 30 minutes. Not too bad on note there for a low dollar stock move. You know, this is weird right here. Look, I clicked on a symbol, but yet gains. I did this the other day as well. I'm like, what in the world? Where did he even get that? Gains. Weird. Maybe it was while one of these things was. Oh, see, there it goes again. Yeah, I better just take a little screenshot of that for exemplary purposes here. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. That is true. And typically 10 minutes before the close, they do all the rebalancing for the NYSE and Amex stocks. So I'm assuming that's going to happen in about 7 minutes here. Christino, yes, I would agree with you there. Um, Todd's asking about VGT. I think that's a symbol. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, VGT having a good day today. Let's see why my font's so small there. All right. So currently up a cool 1%. Ooh, that's a big one. That's a tech ETF, right? So let's just zoom out. Yeah, looking at the weekly chart, it's definitely popping. I guess that's all-time highs. Let's just verify with monthlies. Yeah, I mean, strong, strong, strong on the VGT. Check out the 10 period controlling dictating the monthly candle action. And if that's all-time highs, look back here, we got nothing that could act as potential resistance. The last level that it broke out to 465. Once it cracked out of that level, off to the races, right? So if you're long that one, good deal. Looking for a pullback. Well, you know, on the monthly candle here, we got the 10 period. Um, Weekly as well. Looks like the last little pullback it had, what was that? That was in 23, right? And then once it cracked that level, pull back in April of this year. So if this thing does pull back, and it just looks, it's strong right now, man. And I'm not sure what the weighting of this stock fund is, or what's in it. But from a technical perspective, I mean, it's uber strong. So on pullbacks for this one, unless we approach any level of, you know, apparent what could be short-term support, looks like it's also going to coincide, you know, first by tickling the 10 period, right? So if I were looking to get long in this, you know, that might be a level of interest, right? Of course, once we get down here, you don't just go, oh, I'm buying. We want to kind of feel it out, see how it reacts to that 10 period. But this is the first level that comes to my eyes that could act as support, assuming this thing does pull back at some point in time. Of course, this is not a recommendation to buy or sell anything. This is just my 2 cents from a basic technical perspective. Yeah, David, we close here in about 15, 14 minutes. Yeah, there's never well, it's just funny with all the Fed talk, the Fed pep rallies that they have these days. And you're welcome, Todd. What a week. What a week for costs. Why didn't anybody tell me to buy it down here? Oh, can you imagine I mean, in all sincerity, had I seen this 2, 3 days ago, I would have been like, ooh, that doesn't look like a bad swing trade. And then you would have got super lucky, right? Of course, you're looking for a move, but you're not expecting that. So if that happened to you, congratulations. I'm sure there are people that made some sick options gains on that, right? Yes, Nestor. Uh-huh. And that is going to happen in 13 minutes. The market is closed and closed all day tomorrow and will be a regular full session on Friday. Of course, I think a lot of people won't be in the chair on Friday, institutions, retail traders, but that doesn't mean that there still won't be plenty of things to trade. Sometimes it's actually more sane price action when, the big boys aren't in there and all the typical algos aren't, you know, going nuts. Good question, Squid. I don't know the answer 100%, but I would think there's going to be some post market today. I guess we'll all find out soon enough. Ah, Michael saying there's none. So when they close it early, they just nix post market. And if the rebalance or the closing orders should everybody sees their level twos freak out in less than 1 minute, then you know the rebalance is occurring. When that used to be one of my favorite alerts, actually, the imbalances, buy and sell imbalances. Used to be a lot of fun to trade back 2008, 2009, but they don't work that way. They're still there. They just don't function the way they used to. Something, and you'll hear Steve talk about this, maybe Andy from time to time. Something changed in the market infrastructure back in 2008. Was doing a considerable amount of algo trading back then, and it was pretty nice. We got a nice little multi-month period there where it just worked, you know. Then one day it didn't work anymore. And I started hearing from other people, yeah, what they were doing outside of autumn, it just there was a big some kind of change in the market infrastructure. Don't know, you know, the specifics of it, but it was definitely a pivotal moment in the way that the market infrastructure worked. And it's had several changes since then. Okay, Benson telling us there is a post market today. Extended hour session will be from 1 to 5 Eastern. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. I'm like, hey, they like making money, right? So if they're closing the regular session early, they'll make extended hours available for those who want to continue to play. Oh, cost doesn't even have options. Well, scratch that. Now look, options volume today, blank. And to your question there, David, does anyone use option flow? Not I. I stay crazy enough dealing with stocks. But these days you do have the ability to trade options commission free and sometimes even get paid a rebate. So that was one of the things that did not appeal to me if commissions were still, you know, attached. Massive momentum in our pay. Okay, I guess that was massive. Oh, well, probably looking at the wrong time frame there. Give me 1 second here. Just, 'cause, 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 catching up on some internal stuff here. I'm not really sure about that, Michael. It's some kind of regulatory checklist that applies when you want to launch options for anything. All right, less than 7 minutes left in today's session. Hope everybody made a little bit of scratch. And yet another halt on. Oh, look, we did come down here and just shy of that 10 period. I think when I made that comment, we were still up here somewhere. And now the 10 period gets its due. I don't even know if they're going to open this thing back up today. Less than 7 minutes, maybe 6 minutes left in the market. And that halt occurred just 2 minutes ago. I'm sure there's a lot of people going, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to hold this overnight if they're in it, short or long. Little micro stock, but hey, money's money. 36 cents up to 54. Wow. Uber small. Let's see. 20 million, 19 million shares in the float. Virtually no short float. Interesting. If you just happen to be in Jewel, congratulations. What did they even do? Oh, a diamond company. Laboratory grown diamonds. Interesting. I don't think diamonds are really as scarce as they make them out to be. It's the illusion of scarcity, but it works. Speaking of scarcity, silver is holding up. And look at what we just did here past couple of weeks. Actually, the past 4 weeks, him and Han right on that 10 period. A lot of people are starting to think that the stranglehold on gold and silver, as far as keeping the price down through synthetic options and whatever else you want to, what other instruments are gold and silver related. The Chinese are kind of taking over. And that's why we're seeing higher prices, because they're making it harder for price manipulation to occur. Now, that's just a theory. Will let price action dictate whether that theory might be true or not? But it's definitely getting interesting as gold and silver, they're taking their little pullbacks right now, but they've been pecking out new highs. And it's been a long time coming. Synthetic. Yep. I was just thinking the name De Beers myself when I said that. The old baseball-sized diamond there, Michael. Well, I mean, what is a diamond? It's compressed carbon, right? Because I remember hearing 20 years ago, oh, yeah, they can make them in a lab, but it just costs too much. Costs more than diamond's worth. 20 years later, you know, I'm no expert on lab equipment, but doesn't sound like too complex of a process. Ah, small ones, yeah. Okay, let's see here. I guess we're about to close in a matter of seconds. Yep, about 30 seconds mark. The market will be closing, and we will also be concluding this session. So I hope everybody has an enjoyable holiday tomorrow. And if you're somewhere where you don't celebrate, maybe in a different country, well, enjoy your time off from the markets, and we'll all get back together, see what Friday yields. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, hope everybody had a good day. Have a great day tomorrow. Maybe you're taking Friday off. If you're not, well, we'll see you in the trenches. All right, everybody. Happy 4th. See you next time.